Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. They're very loud. Hare Krishna. Thank you everyone for coming to Krishna Balaram Temple this morning. Just as we wait for everyone to settle, we just pay Vaishnav pranams and prayers to Srila Prabhupada. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. His Divine Grace, Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki. So Hare Krishna, we welcome everyone this morning. Very special welcome to all the senior Vaishnavas, the sannyasis, the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and other leaders, and many of you Vaishnavas from all over the world. Today, this morning, we are here in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And it's very befitting that we're here in Sri Vrindavan Dham having this program. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj often said that he took his spiritual birth in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And then the first years of his service to Srila Prabhupada in ISKCON were right here in the Krishna Balaram Temple in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Later on, he became a leader and took much responsibility in the development of Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON in Vrindavan. And then after that, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj became a traveling preacher and traveled all over the world as an ambassador of Vrindavan, inviting the whole world back to Vrindavan. And then in his final days, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj came here to Sri Vrindavan Dham to spend his final days. And many devotees came with him, and in the last few days we've experienced how auspicious his final journey in this world was, departing here from Sri Vrindavan Dham. So we're very happy to be here, and this morning we'll be spending some time reflecting on Maharaj's wonderful character, his qualities, his contributions, and the way in which he touched the hearts of many, many souls around the world. So this morning we'll begin our program by singing the very beautiful song written by Narottam Das Thakur, in which he reveals the emotions of pain and deep separation that the Vaishnavas feel when another great Vaishnava departs from the world. So please join us in singing this very beautiful bhajan by Narottam Das Thakur. Narottam Das Thakur ki.
Je anila premadana karuna prachu Je anila premadana karuna prachu heno prabhu kota gela charya taku हेनो प्रभु कोता गेला चार्य ताकू कहा मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहा सनाता कहा मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहा सनाता कहा दास रघु नाथ पतित पावन कहा मोरा बत जुगा कहा कबीरा कहा मोर बत जुगा कहा कबीरा एक काले कोता गेला गोर नातरा
एक काले कोता गेला गोर नतरा pasane ko chibo mata anele pasibo pasane kutiwa mata anale pasiva Goranga gunera nidhi kota gele pabo Goranga gunere nidhi kota gele pabo se sava sangira sange je koilo bila se saba sangira sange je koila bila se sanga na paya kande narutama da se sangana paya kande narotamada je anilo premandana karuna prachur যে আনিল প্রেমানন্দা করুণা প্রচুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর
His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki. So again, welcome and thank you to everyone for coming. To begin this morning's proceedings, we'll begin by hearing from the Srimad Bhagavatam, which Srila Prabhupada gave to us as the handbook for learning how to deal with the lessons of life and the final test of life. In fact, the whole Bhagavatam is based on the question of Parikshit, who at the end of the first canto asks Sukadeva Goswami, what is the duty of all persons at all times? And specifically, what is the duty of someone who's just about to die? So today we'll read from the second canto, the first chapter in which Sukadeva Goswami begins to reply to Parikshit's question. And we'll read from a very beautiful verse which is very relevant to the situation at present. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Antakale tu Purusha Agate Gata Sadvasha Chindyad Shanga Sastrena Spriham Dehe Nuye Chatam Antakale tu Purusha Agata Gata Sadvasha Chindyad Sanga Sastrena Spriham Dehe Nuye Chatam Antakale tu Purusha Agate Gata Sadvasha Chindyad Sanga Sastrena Spriham Dehe Nuye Chatam. So this is Sukadeva Goswami replying to Parikshit Maharaj. At the last stage of one's life, one should be bold enough not to be afraid of death. But one must cut off all attachment to the material body and everything pertaining to it, and all desirers thereof. So the purport is quite lengthy, so I'll read the first part of the purport, which is very wonderful. Srila Prabhupada explains. The foolishness of gross materialism is that people think of making a permanent settlement in this world, although it is a settled fact that one has to give up everything here that is created by the valuable human energy. Great statesmen, scientists, philosophers, etc., who are foolish, without any information of the spirit soul, think that this life of a few years is all in all, and that there is nothing more after death. This poor fund of knowledge, even in the so-called learned circles of the world, is killing the vitality of human energy, and the awful result is being keenly felt. And yet the foolish materialistic men do not care about what is going to happen in the next life. The preliminary instruction in the Bhagavad Gita is that one should know that the identity of the individual living entity is not lost even after the end of this present body, which is nothing but an outward dress only. As one changes an old garment, so the individual living being also changes his body. And this change of body is called death. Death is therefore a process of changing the body at the end of the duration of the present life. An intelligent person must be prepared for this and must try to have the best type of body in the next life. The best type of body is a spiritual body, which is obtained by those who go back to the kingdom of God or enter the realm of Brahman. Srila Prabhupada ki. So we're so fortunate in the Krishna consciousness movement that we have so many examples of devotees who have gone through this final lesson, of course, beginning with Srila Prabhupada, who taught the world how to live and how to die. And then since then, so many Vaishnavas have shown this wonderful example of how to leave the world in spiritual consciousness. And so we are very fortunate to observe just a couple of days ago His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj take that journey and provide the final instruction of his life. However, just about 10 or 12 days before Maharaj was leaving this world, he left on Thursday, and the 12 days before that, on a Saturday, he decided to call his cameraman in, Pavan Gopa Prabhu. Usually every Saturday, Maharaj would do a disciples meeting with all the devotees across the world on Zoom. But on this day, it had come to such a stage that he wasn't able to do it. But nevertheless, he called his cameraman in and he said, I'll record a video. And he wanted to record this video. This video was recorded 12 days before his departure. And he said, I want this to be played after I leave the world. He said, I'm trying to leave many things to inspire my disciples, just so that after I've left this world, they'll have many things to reflect on, refer to, and have as an eternal wealth so they can move forward in their spiritual life. So this 10-minute video, practically nobody has seen. Maharaj didn't want anyone to see it, but he left it as his final message of what he wanted to share with all the devotees after his departure. So we will watch that video now. Hare Krishna.
Om Agyanatimirandasya Ganandana Salakya Saksuruminitam Yena Tasmai Sigurave Namaha Bancha Kalpatarubhyacha Kripa Sindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaisnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Once Maharaj Pariksit was roaming his kingdom and came across a terrible scene. A scene where a cow had been attacked by some low-class dark man dressed like a king, who had with a stick broken the legs of a bull. Maharaj Pariksit, being a valiant king, immediately took action and was ready to fight that man in the royal dress. none other than Kali personified. Kali, instead of fighting, immediately fell at the feet of the king like a subordinate, not ready to fight. Maharaj Pariksit took full action and said, Kali could not stay in the kingdom. Kali said, what will I do? I took shelter. I am Praja. I exist. I've taken birth. I need to exist somewhere. Where can I exist? Maharaj Pariksit said, you can stay in 4 places. There where there is gambling, meat eating, illicit sex, and intoxication. There was no such place. Kali couldn't find such a place, so came back and said, where will I stay? Then Maharaj Pariksit said, okay, you can stay where gold is stored. From this 16th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada phrased the 4 regulative principles, which he formally introduced for his followers. As Srila Prabhupada was preaching to the modern world, he spelled it out, what to follow to become free from the influence of the age of Kali. Then Mahaprabhu gave the Yuga Dharma, the chanting of the holy name, and not only that, Katanchana smite yasmin duskaram sukaram bhavet. He also added his mercy and made what is difficult easy. And so, the fundamental tenets of Krishna consciousness for the modern world took shape. 16 rounds minimum and 4 regulative principles. You all are the fortunate people, because you all came in touch with transcendental knowledge and with Vaishnavas. And as a result, you took up this process of sadhana bhakti, chanting Hare Krishna and following 4 regulative principles. Who in this world is prepared to live like that? But by Srila Prabhupada's and his followers' inspiration, we were ready. You were ready. You became the heroes. You're walking a heroic path, most glorious. Everything is blessed on the way. Nothing could be better. What a wonderful life have you been given. So I am very glad that I could be instrumental to inspire you to remain on that path. And through my written, recorded words, recorded kirtan, and all else that remains behind, through the memories in your heart, I will continue to inspire you to stay on this path, through thick and thin. When all is blissful, when all is struggle, do not waver. It is, you got the greatest treasure. Never forget. Nowhere in this world is there such wealth. The wealthiest man in the world is a pauper. You have the real wealth. Treasure it. Relish it. Cherish it. Hold it close. Hold it close. Don't become slack, neglectful. Hold it close. Chant every day. Hear every day. Carve these principles in stone. Let them be there every day. And your life will be wonderful. And at the end, go back to Godhead, and we can physically reunite and celebrate there like we never celebrated before. So looking forward to the great, great festival that is to come, where all of us will together and celebrate to another dimension, where the bliss will rise to levels never seen, never heard of. That time is not far away. Life is short. Prabhupada said, just give this one life to me. Please do that. Just give it. And everything will become most amazing. I'm saying goodbye to you for just a short time. For when we will be, I'll stay with you in my words and memories. I'll be with you on the path. And I'm waiting for you on the other end to meet you again in person. Soon, soon, miracles will happen. Soon, we will see love, we will see bliss, we will see fulfillment beyond our imagination, beyond our expectation. Remember Dhruva, when he met the Lord, all his previous expectations, he said, they're like broken pieces of glass. You gave me jewels. All we ever desired were broken pieces of glass. The Lord will give us jewels. Oh, stay on the path. Don't get lost. Come quickly. Let us join this festival of Krishna, the festival of unlimited, ever-growing love. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki. Just a side note to that. After Maharaj had recorded this message, His Grace Burijan Prabhu came to actually visit Maharaj at the apartment, and he arrived just as the recording had finished. And he saw Maharaj and he said, "You look like you're completely drained of energy. What have you been doing?" And he said, "I was recording a message because I wanted this message to be my final message to the devotees." And Burijan Prabhu looked at him and said, how in the world did you find the energy to speak? And by that time, Maharaj had no energy to say anything more, but he said one word. Burijan Prabhu said, "How did you find the energy?" And he looked at Burijan Prabhu and he said, "Desire. Desire." He said, "Because whenever I desire something, I always make it happen." So he had that strong desire to give this message, and I'm sure this will nourish the devotees for many years, decades, and generations to come. Hare Krishna. So now we'd like to welcome and invite His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj to share with us his words.
Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshunmiditam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadam Mahyam Dadati Shapadantikam. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Shaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatare Vanchako Pitarubhyascha Kripal Sindho Pyevacha Patita Nam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhaktavin. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. I know my voice is terrible. We should try to calibrate, put this microphone in the best possible place. Is it okay? Or it's all right, huh? Okay. But then I have to read, so I think it should be down a little bit. Or maybe I like this system. So this is okay. La, la, la. Hare Krishna. There were two sides to Kadamba Kanana Swami's devotional service and his devotional abilities. The managerial side and the side of a preacher and a sadhu. Or you can say the Kshatriya and the Brahminical side. And he excelled in both. On the managerial side, he helped save at least 3 temples. There was a time here in ISKCON Vrindavan when this temple had been infiltrated by what in India we call gundas, which means rogues, ruffians, thieves, criminals. They'd wheedled their way into key positions where they could embezzle and swindle and otherwise divert the temple's money and resources for their own selfish purposes. And things had gone so far that, well, I'm not even going to speak about them, speak about these things before the deities. The veteran Vrindavan devotees know. And those rogues were not to be trifled with. If you stood in their way, you risked your life. But by vigilance, by expertise, by fearlessness, by determination, Kadamba Kanana Swami, during his time as temple president, made sure that every last one of them was out. Every last one out. And again, the property became the property of Srila Prabhupada, the property of Krishna Balaram. And he bought more property for the temple, which meant, again, standing up against the gundas. And of course, it all nearly did cost him his life. A group of conspirators had him shot. The bullet nearly killed him. And yesterday, when he was buried, along with the tilak and the chandan and the garlands, he wore on his abdomen a vertical surgical scar of about 20 centimeters, roughly 8 inches, decorating his body with honor for risking his life and nearly losing it to protect Srila Prabhupada's temple of Sri Krishna Balaram. In Spain, after years of decline, after the fall of the local zonal guru, the new Brajamandala farm, a hacienda, a prestigious estate in the countryside near the capital of Spain, was headed for sale. It was the home of beautiful full-size deities, Radha Govinda Chandra, but the local GBC man was ready to sell it. The temple presidents in Spain had been promised that their struggling temples could divide up most of the proceeds of a sale, so they unanimously wanted to sell it. 2 of the 3 property trustees approved. The GBC body seemed likely to go along. But the 3rd property trustee voted against the sale, Kadamba Kanana Swami. And so he saved the farm. And that would have been enough. Did what he had to do. But having saved it from sale, he now felt obliged to fix the underlying problems that had made selling seem like a good idea. Lack of money, crumbling buildings, shortage of men, lack of leadership, and above all, the anemic spiritual life of the community and the rough, even toxic relationships between the devotees. Today, the farm is flourishing, and it's the bedrock of the Spanish Yatra. In New York City, various devotees from within and outside the GBC worked to save our Brooklyn temple from a clandestine sale. But once again, it was Kadamba Kanana Swami who, along with the temple president, Hamsarupa Prabhu, took the lead in doing what needed to be done next, bringing in money, sorting out a managerial disaster, rescuing the temple spiritually, reviving the preaching, bringing in new devotees, infusing the temple with new life, and helping set a vision, not only for the future of the temple, but for the future of Krishna consciousness throughout the city of New York. we know of his role in heading up the construction of Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi Mandirs in Mayapur and Vrindavan. Most of us have hardly any idea of what that means. The details, planning, design, budgeting, engineering, staying on top of contractors, haggling with craftsmen, being on guard against ever-present cheating. And doing this not from a cushy office, but on the ground. He would work in 42-degree heat. For those who think in Fahrenheit, that's 108 degrees. Once in Mayapur, while a Bengali lay under a truck with a wet gamcha on his head, and a sturdy Australian took shelter in a pump house, he and his former wife loaded up a truck when the temperature was 59. In Fahrenheit, that's 138 degrees. In 2014, at the request of the GBC body, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, along with Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, headed up the team to draft a master plan for Mayapur, a plan accepted 2 years later by the Mayapur Executive Board, played a similar role in Vrindavan, and he was instrumental in forming and steering the Vrindavan Executive Board, on which he served for many years. Had Kadamba Kanana Maharaj joined the GBC, he would certainly have been among the most wise and effective of GBC men. But even more important than management is spiritual guidance, spiritual leadership, and a life of ideal spiritual practice and empowered preaching. I spoke yesterday of how Kadamba Kanana Maharaj gave his heart to preaching to the black people of South Africa. I won't repeat myself. He preached in the UK, in Europe, in Australia, in America, in India, in 7 languages, by the way: English, Dutch, French, German, Spanish, Hindi, and Bengali. A sannyasi should travel. I sometimes do. But here, for example, is Kadamba Kanana Maharaj's draft schedule for back in 2016. January 28th to February 1st, Radhadesh Mellows. February 2nd through 7th, UK. February 8th to March 6th, Bombay, Health. March 7th through 11th, Mayapur, GBC meetings, Kirtan Mela. March 12th, South Africa. April 1st, Australia. April 22nd, Radhadesh. 27th, Amsterdam. May, in and around Europe. June, maybe USA or rest. It turned out to be USA. July 1 through 7, Czech summer camp. July 24th, Swiss summer camp. July 31st, Radhadesh Summerfest. August, Pandavasane, the UK. September, South Africa. October, Australia, India. November, India. December, India, South Africa. Hare Krishna. He would push himself and push himself and push himself. And then sometimes he would say, well, I overdid it again. Though I loved the sweet, melodious kirtans I would sometimes hear him do in his room, he excelled in the let it all loose, get him up and dancing, everyone in ecstasy kirtans, following the example set by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at the Rath Yatra festival. His dedication to sadhana was extraordinary. In his last days, chanting 16 rounds was hard for him. When your body's falling apart, and you've had to give up eating, and you hardly get any sleep, and you're besieged by pain, and you're not taking any medications, how can you chant? But he would do it, even if it would take all day. I said to him one day, Maharaj, if it's too hard to chant, that's all right. So each beat can count for a round. He said, Maharaj, please don't give that order. Please don't give that order. I have to chant. Yeah. I have to chant. And he did. He would get up at midnight and chant for an hour. And then he would get up again and start chanting again at 4:30 in the chair in the outer room. He'd be falling apart, but he'd come and sit in that chair and chant. When he was so weak, he could no longer speak, couldn't move his lips and tongue to articulate the sounds anymore. He would somehow sit in that chair with his beads and move those beads, sometimes slowly and intermittently, or not at all, and sometimes in quick succession. And after a while, I caught on. He was chanting in his mind. every bead meant that he'd completed a mantra. Every bead meant that he'd completed a mantra. With focus and determination, in that way, he was chanting his 16 rounds. As most of us know, in April of 2022, he was diagnosed with 4th stage cancer. He got in touch with me, we spoke about it. And his attitude was simple. No cures, no treatment, no doctoring. Let's just accept it and get ready to go. And so he decided to come to Vrindavan. When I decided to come to be with him in Vrindavan, I didn't think he needed me. I'm even more sure now he didn't need me. He knew what to do. I won't go into the details of how we got started as spiritual master and disciple. I saw from the start that my job was mainly to give him the opportunity to be who he was, to do the service that he was meant to do for serving Srila Prabhupada and spreading Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Finally, in the last couple of days, he was mostly internal, hearing Srila Prabhupada's kirtan and absorbed in his own thoughts. And I could see from his face that his thoughts must have been blissful. And then in the last hours here in Vrindavan, with His Holiness B.B. Govinda Maharaj leading a kirtan descended from the spiritual world, his smile was so broad, his face so radiant, that he looked like a person whose every possible desire had been fulfilled. I might say it was as though 100,000 people were chanting Hare Krishna on the main square in Amsterdam. And the demigods throwing flowers. And him being in the middle of the scene, being involved in the scene. Or as if at the last point, now that he was leaving this world, Srila Prabhupada and Krishna and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were now in great happiness, showering upon him every benediction. I'm grateful that I've had some small role in serving him. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Advaita Maharaj ki jai. I'd like to thank Maharaj for these wonderful words. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj came here to Vrindavan in Radhastami of last year. Many devotees came for parikrama at that time. And when he came to Vrindavan, then he decided that from that time he would not leave until he leaves this world. And so he stayed here all those months. But one of the final trips that Maharaj made before he came to Vrindavan is he went to America, he went to the USA. And specifically, he wanted to go to the Sadhu Sangha festival. And he said, I need to go there and meet all the saintly devotees and get their blessings. Because I'm going to need a lot of blessings on my journey. So he wanted to go and meet many, many wonderful Vaishnavas there, many of whom are here also today. And one of the devotees he really wanted to meet there was His Holiness Giriraj Swami, who he had so much appreciation for. So we'll now see a video of His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj and his appreciation of Kadamba Kanana Swami.
My dear Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your wonderful service to him. Srila Prabhupada said that when a Vaishnava departs, we feel simultaneously happy and sad. We feel happy because we know that the Vaishnava has gone to serve Krishna. But we feel sad because we will miss the Vaishnava's association. In your case, I'm also happy that you no longer have to suffer in your disease-ridden body. You are a most worthy, beloved disciple of His Holiness Advaita Swami Maharaj, who was very reserved about and selective in accepting disciples. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote, "He reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die, when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living, try to spread the holy name around." You are a man of character and integrity. You were strong and kept your word. And you are like a loving father in taking care of your disciple children. I was blessed to have your association in India, Africa, and America. In India, we served together in Vrindavan. In Africa, we served together in South Africa. And in America, we met at the Sadhu Sangha retreat in Utah, where we had heart-to-heart talks and relished kirtan together. You also preached in Mauritius, where I have been deeply involved. And in South Africa, you specifically encouraged the black preaching, practically more than any other ISKCON leader. I'm grateful to you for the support you gave to my disciple Mahaprabhu Das in Soweto, and to so many other initiatives in relation to black preaching. In a letter in 2021, he wrote to the devotees in South Africa, quote, "All my prayers are with you. I've been so closely connected with you for so many years. To see that you are now in such a difficult situation is very sad. May Krishna watch over all of you." I left South Africa approximately 1 year ago, after having spent the COVID lockdown in Durban. I haven't been away from you all for such a long time in 26 years. I hope that soon things will return to a relative normal. The material world is never meant to be a real home. The material energy will bring happiness and distress. Srila Prabhupada instructed us to make the best use of a bad bargain. Under these grim circumstances, may you find shelter in Krishna consciousness. May you find shelter in Srila Prabhupada's books and in chanting the holy name. I hope that soon the nightmare of all the terrible things that have happened in the last 1.5 years may come to an end, and that we may be reunited again and chant together in kirtan and discuss matters related to Krishna and enjoy happiness in Krishna consciousness. End quote. During this last year in Vrindavan, I frequently visited you in your apartment, and I was struck by your elevated Krishna consciousness. We discussed many topics, including your writing projects, which would be so valuable to generations of ISKCON devotees. I was impressed by how you encouraged and engaged your disciples who came to visit you from different parts of the world. Your instructions to them were brilliant and compassionate. Considering your illness, I always thought that I should visit you at your place. But one day, you, considering my seniority, came to mine and joined me and other devotees for japa in my temple room before you and I went upstairs and spoke. You had so much faith in and taste for chanting the holy name, both japa and kirtan. I relished chanting japa with you and singing in kirtan with you. And your kirtans at the Sadhu Sangha retreat were most memorable. You published a book called Kirtaniya Sada Hari, to always chant the holy name of Krishna, which you called a collection of short meditations on the holy name. It was a compilation of excerpts from your talks, along with your reflections on the holy names. You wrote, quote, I boarded the train, I've got my seat, and now let the journey begin. Like that, let me get ready to chant my rounds and get into a regular rhythm just like the train, name after name in an unbroken chain, with Goloka as my destination. End quote. You also encouraged book distribution. You wrote, quote, Prabhupada was reading the Krishna book and said to Shruti Kirti, this is such a wonderful book. Anyone who reads this book will become a pure devotee. Anyone who reads one chapter of this book can become a pure devotee. Anyone who reads one page of this book can become a pure devotee. Not only that, anyone who reads one sentence can become a pure devotee. And then Prabhupada said, anyone who reads one word can become a pure devotee. So you continued, I met Shruti Kirti in Vrindavan, and we were talking about this pastime. Shruti Kirti said, yes, Prabhupada said it to me several times about different books, about the Krishna book, about the Nectar of Devotion, and other books. Anyway, Maharaj continued, these books are very potent, and anyone who gets such a book is greatly benefited. But the person who distributes the book is even more benefited, because that person is undertaking austerity for the welfare of others, and is finally learning how to stop manipulating things for their own advantage and is making a sacrifice to give out the mercy. In some parts of our movement, book distribution is a little out of fashion. There are many other ways to reach people. Times have changed, and there are other interesting strategic ways to reach people, and all good. But book distribution is like a cold shower, whereas some of these other preaching tactics are nice, warm showers. Cold showers get the blood circulation really going. We can consider that there is a special purification when doing book distribution. It is this spirit of giving mercy to others that should be our focus. End quote. And you were grateful. You wrote, quote, "Dear Vaishnavas, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for your kindness, prayers, and good wishes in this trying time. It has been about a month since I was diagnosed with a tumor. I feel greatly more close to my heart, following a natural path and investing in my own Krishna consciousness and sharing it through writing. You are all wonderful people. I'm living by your prayers and kindness." End quote. Dear Maharaj, how I miss you now. There was never anyone like you, and there never will be. I pray that you will put in a word with Srila Prabhupada and his lords to bring me to you all after I have done what they want me to do here in this world, and we shall all be reunited again in service to Srila Prabhupada, the holy names, and the Vaishnavas. Maharaj, I love you, your eternal, grateful servant. My dear Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your wonderful service to him. Srila Prabhupada said that when a Vaishnava departs, we feel simultaneously happy and sad. We feel happy because we know that the Vaishnava has gone to serve Krishna, but we feel sad because
His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj ki. So now we'd like to begin asking devotees from the assembly to share their memories and appreciation. So we'll begin with His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu, and then we'll ask His Holiness Kavi Chandra Maharaj to please come.
His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. I'm also very grateful to Maharaj. My family moved here to Vrindavan in 1993. And Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was very keen to rope me into management here with him. He said, I see that you are always looking around. I'm always looking around to see who's who, what's happening. He said, you should come into management. So we did together. I was the vice president, and Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, as was properly glorified by His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj, I was expert manager, very good with the devotees, very clear and very enthusiastic in his purpose of establishing a very Krishna conscious temple, Krishna Balaram Mandir, making it a place of pilgrimage where all the devotees can take spiritual inspiration with them. So we spent time together, and as we know that Maharaj was shot, so I was sitting with him last week and we were holding hands. He said, 30 years ago, you were sitting next to my bed at Methodist Hospital. That was where Maharaj was. My son just also broke his wrist, and he was right next to him. They were together in Mathura. So we were remembering the time together. And by miracle, just like Srila Prabhupada was sent to assist Srila Bhakti Siddhanta in his mission of spreading Lord Chaitanya's mission, so many nice devotees came to Srila Prabhupada by the mercy of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was definitely one of those very empowered angas, very instrumental. His kirtans were very exciting, very enthusing. And I was impressed. He called me in the summertime and told me about his cancer, and he'll be coming to Braj to spend his last days. Just like Parikshit Maharaj got his notice, so many great sages came to hear that something wonderful will be taking place, great spiritual upliftment, so when Maharaj was here, I was amazed. He was leading such powerful kirtans and speaking beautifully on the Bhagavatam. And all the loving devotees, sannyasis, godbrothers, disciples, so many came for this moment of seeing how Maharaj, being a perfect manager, very strict in his spiritual sadhana, a wonderful leader. And I was asking him, I've been here for many, many years. I said, how do you speak Hindi so nicely? And he was trying to explain to me but I realized 7 languages. He just had that kind of ability, Shakti, Krishna revealed to him. And also helping with the future and development of Vrindavan, being part of the Vrindavan Executive Board. He always had the vision of how to spread Krishna consciousness, very practical, very scientifically, but always abiding by Srila Prabhupada's very strict standards. Being an exemplary Vaishnava, I had a lot of association over the years, but I have to thank him very much because somehow he wrote me in to stay in Vrindavan. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksura Militanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadanti Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravane Pracharne Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarne. I often wonder what I'm doing here, and after hearing Jayadvaita Swami telling all these things, I even more wonder what I'm doing in association of such people. With Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, I was trying to think this morning. I have no idea how we first met or came together or associated, because I never worked on any particular project, but somehow or other I became quite close, and he was not exactly even brotherly, he was like fatherly in many ways with me, very tolerant. So he saved many places. Germany is another one. I went to Germany at one time of chaos and distress, and then I phoned him and I asked him, "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" He said yes. I said, "Then you should go to Germany because there's a lot of devotees in distress there." So he did, and did a lot there. He actually liked Germany so much, and the devotees, he initiated many. I was in New York, so I saw he brought so many disciples to help New York, besides himself coming with his planning ability and vision. He brought many very good disciples from Europe and inspired a lot of new devotees there. So the Brooklyn Temple is flourishing quite nicely now. And last time I was there with him, he was studying New York property laws, in detail, so he could plan out like what they could do, what kind of building they could make, how they could do it, what would be the future. He was absorbed in it, and it's not a very difficult thing to do, but so like we heard, he saved many temples. I was in one sense close to him because we both had a great interest in the native African people. He would tell me how, it was a struggle in South Africa because, the manager and the people, they didn't have that much interest in the Africans and trust them, but he did. He helped them so much, made sure they had facility. He was extremely generous with his, whatever donations he got. He used everything for Krishna. In Vrindavan, something that doesn't seem very big, maybe, like all the huge things he did. Of course, he was always involved in the struggles with the Radha Damodar temple management and trying to keep that under ISKCON. One thing he told me he was quite happy about was, and we see it every afternoon here, that all the garlands for the deities were made by devotees. Previously they were buying a lot of garlands, but so this whole scene we see back here every day with making these beautiful devotional garlands made by devotees specifically for different deities. He had that kind of personal interest, took care of devotees. Everybody else had much more association with him, but I was always felt very comfortable being quite insignificant and having no particular, talents. So he could utilize all his opulences that Krishna gave him, all the different languages, German, Bengali, English, and Hindi he learned. He just learned it just like music, you just listen to the language and then speak it. Told me that. So we were very, to have such a person in our midst, extremely, and just one last note, he said, he feels like it's a real kirtan when everybody get up and dance. Gopal Prabhu, who used to be with Indra, he said, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, his kirtan always ends up rock and roll. He said, what can I do? I'm a rocker. But that's when he was happy with the kirtan, when everybody was dancing. So we'll leave it at that. Everybody please, when there's kirtan, dance. He loved to chant. His japa was almost like kirtan. I remember I was in Durban, I was in the room and he was circumambulating and chanting japa, and it was just like a kirtan. He was Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, really, going at it. So everybody else can say much more, but such a great person, so personal, well open to everybody, to give anybody their time, and inspired his disciples. Another thing was, he was the first of the not directly disciples of Srila Prabhupada to take disciples. He pioneered that. He showed that it's very effective and not impossible. A very big contribution in my vision that he did. So many disciples and never had a problem, and all very good ones. So many wonderful things that we hear from everybody else. So thank you all for being around and coming to hear this. Everybody in outside on the internet, But, like he was giving so many classes, directing everybody, hoping his disciples will take up the cross, as the Christians say, do the best we can to continue trying to spread the holy name everywhere. And, be very strict. That last message was just, chant your 16 rounds, follow the regulative principles, and then Krishna will empower us to do our whatever little service we can do. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai. Gaur Premanandi Hari.
Kadamba Kanana Maharaj would often tell the story of how after he took sannyas, then one of the first devotees he met was His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj. And immediately when Sachinandan Maharaj saw him as a sannyasi, he gave him a big hug and he said, "Now you're my Vairagi Bhai. You're my brother in renunciation." And he said ever since that time he had such a warm relationship, a beautiful relationship with Sachinandan Maharaj. So we now have a memory from Maharaj.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarine Vanshakalpataru Vaisha Kripa Shindu Vacha Patitanam Pavanepyo Vaishnavepyo Namo Namaha. My dear devotees, I'm deeply grateful to be invited to say a few words in glorification of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. I met His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj for the first time in Vrindavan Dham, where he was the temple president. And it was also in Vrindavan Dham where we met for the last time. I do remember the wonderful times which we spent together in Kirtan. How can anyone forget the wave of enthusiasm which was generated from our Maharaj, who sang in such a way that all his entire being, body, mind, heart, was calling out for Krishna. I do remember the many summer camps where I sat in the lectures and seminars of our Maharaj. I do remember the different Harinams and also the times which we took to discuss privately or personally deep matters. And I remember that I was always very, very impressed by Maharaj's original ideas, or should we better say his deep realizations which he gained due to his wonderful practice, his wonderful service, and his way how he was. Really, for me, his deep realizations were the most astonishing and nourishing feature of our long friendship. Srila Prabhupada writes in the first canto, chapter 4, text 1, about personal realization. Personal realization does not mean that one should, out of vanity, attempt to show one's own learning by trying to surpass the previous Acharya. He must have full confidence in the previous Acharya. And at the same time, he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. and a few, and then Prabhupada says, the original purpose of the text must be maintained, no obscure meaning should be screwed out. Yet it should be presented in an interesting manner for the understanding of the audience. This is called realization. This is one of the many contributions of Maharaj, his lasting contributions to the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, that he presented the subject matter after assimilating it, digesting it, thinking about it, and then presenting it for the benefit of his large worldwide audience. His last words to me in Vrindavan were, "We will meet again on the other side." For his disciples, Maharaj also said in various videos and personal communications, there will be no distance between us. You will see me again, and such things. My dear devotees, at this time it is very important for us to remember these types of instructions. Maharaj can be met in his Vani, in his recorded lectures, recorded kirtans, and also he can be met in the projects which he requested all of us to engage in. I know, for instance, that one keen desire he had was to publish a deep study of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and for that matter he studied and then spoke many lectures. He wanted that a book is made out of this. He turned to Jayapataka Maharaj and asked him to start a university in Mayapur to give substance and fundament to our movement for the coming times. He told me a few things he would like me to do, and certainly he has told many of his disciples, if not all, his instructions, his wishes, his requests. My dear devotees, it is true, when we are separated from those whom we love, a painful fire starts to burn in our heart. However, we can become solaced when we become mindful of those whom we love, and if we live according to their desires, how they wish us to live, how they guide us to live, how they have nourished us, and what it is that nourished us. In this way, all of us can meet His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, not just on the other side, no, but we can meet him now here. Like so many of my god brothers and friends, when we heard the news, we spent hours in grieving, but then we remembered the Maharaj wanted to pass away at this time. One of his last words which he spoke, I have heard from the regular updates, was that he wants to now leave. And see, Krishna was there in the sacred land of Vrindavan, surrounded by loving devotees who chanted the holy name, our Maharaj's desire was fulfilled. This is glorious. He is a very, very admirable personality for me. Many lessons, many wonderful memories of such a noble life and noble departure. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai.
Sachinanda Maharaj ki. In the final days of Maharaj's journey, we already began planning many of the aspects of what would happen after he would leave this world. And one morning we were sitting in the front room planning some things, and we didn't expect it, but he walked in and he saw the meeting going on. He said, "You all are doing politics." He said, "What are you talking about?" And then we said, "No, Maharaj, we're making plans." He said, "While I'm alive, I want to be part of those plans." So then we sat down with him, and he actually began going through all the details of what was to happen after his departure, the Samadhi ceremony. And one of the discussions that we had, we asked Maharaj, what would you like to happen in the moments when you're actually leaving the world? And who would you like to be there chanting? And he said, someone has to be there chanting, leading the kirtan, and they have to be solid, and they have to be sweet. And he said, if His Holiness Bibi Govinda Maharaj could be there, that would be wonderful. So that was his desire, and somehow Maharaj was mercifully there. So we'd now like to ask His Holiness Govinda Maharaj to share some appreciation, and then after him we'll ask His Holiness Janananda Maharaj to come.
Om Gyantimirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshuran Militan Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Swapadandikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Vicharane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschachade Jitarane Mancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhe Vyacha Patitanan Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'd like to begin by saying that I'm very grateful to be a part of this assembly today that's celebrating the life of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. I had the honor of first coming into the sphere of Maharaj's association back in 1983. I had been sent to Vrindavan to do some service, and he was already here, and he was really absorbed in management and the direction of the temple. And we served together at that time. And then later, I came to Vrindavan in '87, and I served alongside Maharaj and with him as our temple president until 1995. And from my first days in '83 of observing Maharaj, he made impressions because he was such a personality. I can say that he was always exact in what he would say, what he would do. He was always very accurate in his calculations. He was bracingly direct in his dealings. Sometimes you would have a talk with Maharaj and you could come away feeling a bit winded, but he was uncompromising in that way. He was a true preacher in the mood of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada said, just repeat the message, don't add, don't subtract. And then as His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj just told us, he could internalize that message of Srila Prabhupada, and he could present it in his own words that have inspired countless thousands of devotees around the world. And then another quality that we know without doubt is that he was always an enthusiastic, dynamic, and very pure chanter of the holy names of Sri Krishna. He had a sort of a loving accolade amongst some of our kirtan friends as the kirtan leader who can pump a harmonium to death in any kirtan. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was a visionary, and he never shied away from service. If he was given a great task, he stood up and he accepted that task. From when I first met him, being exact in counting the number of papayas that we would need for, breakfast or a feast in Vrindavan, to acquiring properties, valuable properties. Here in Vrindavan, being instrumental, and as His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj mentioned, saving properties around the world, to directing and helping to construct Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi in Mayapur Dham, as well as building, overseeing and building the Kanch building in Mayapur, and always being a part of the steady direction of ISKCON Vrindavan. Jayadvaita Maharaj related to us how he was here, and because of his very valiant efforts, He received the badge of honor by being shot. And still, despite the fact that he wasn't hands-on in Vrindavan, his heart was always in Vrindavan. And he always wanted to help, to assist the devotees that this temple would become, the finest and most beautiful and most visited temple in our society. His preaching and his devotee care was tireless. So many of his wonderful disciples, they come to me and they tell me how Maharaj could just always inspire them to become the best Vaishnava which they could be. And he had an ability to give each person that special time and the direction that was needed. Though Maharaj was loved everywhere in the ISKCON society, I might say that he was especially loved in the South African Yatra. And the reason is that he really took up the mantle and pioneered the preaching amongst our African brothers and sisters. He took our African devotees. He had special interest in training them, uplifting them, promoting equality for these beautiful Vaishnavas from all the different areas in South Africa. A few weeks ago, His Holiness Devamrita Swami and myself, we went to visit Maharaj one afternoon. When we walked in, he was laying on his side and he was moaning and gasping some. We went up, we offered him a hug without trying to hurt anything. When he looked up and saw Devamrita Swami, from the depths of his pain and his despair, immediately Maharaj became completely enlivened in presenting a vision of preaching for New York City. Our Devamrita Swami, he's the GBC representative in, I guess, New York. And when Maharaj saw him, it was like from this man who's practically, he's on his deathbed, immediately such enthusiastic vision started flowing. It was something incredible. Maharaj was a special story. And it was a story not unlike many stories that we have heard, but he was very excellent. It was the story of a young man who had a spiritual vision. He was a young man who accepted the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He accepted the mercy of the Guru Parampara, and he accepted the mercy of his spiritual master, our Srila Prabhupada. He accepted the message of that merciful compassion and humanity of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and having accepted it, he never gave it up. And as a result of that acceptance and holding on, that young man grew into a great hero of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, a Vaishnav hero, a Vaishnav success story, a Vaishnav hero who never bowed to the dark forces of Kali, but he showed us how to be triumphant in life in Krishna consciousness and death in Krishna consciousness. So there's something that I would like for everybody to please repeat now after I say it. Please repeat this phrase. All glories to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. All glories to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. All glories to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. We have all been blessed to observe his perfect life. We have been blessed, we have all been blessed to observe his perfect life. We have all been blessed to observe his perfect departure. And we've all been blessed to experience the loving affection which he spontaneously generated in all of us by his steadfast devotion to the noble ideas of his spiritual master and our Guru Parampara. Srila Prabhupada told us that he always felt that his spiritual master was exactly at his side. So may Kadamba Kanana Maharaj's devoted disciples, well-wishers, and friends always feel his radiant and noble presence by embracing his instructions and his example. And in closing, we'll cite Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die while thou art living still and sound. A Vaishnav dies to live, and living tries to spread the holy names around. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki. Nitai Gaur Premanandi.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyebhya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Dear Maharaj, please accept my prostrate obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your dedication to our life and soul, Srila Prabhupada, and his dedicated follower, Srila Jayadvaita Maharaj. I thought on this occasion to write a short letter of gratitude and thanks to you. Although our association was not that of long physical proximity, or even in the same direct service area, we would only meet up on occasion, here and there. Lasting relationships do not, however, depend upon the above. They are real, within the heart. Yes, This is where I felt your presence, and pray will always continue to do so. Thank you for giving this opportunity to associate, due to your having such an open heart to embrace all as your glorious departure illustrates. You tolerated whatever pain was to come, avoiding even the mildest painkiller for the benefit of others, purifying our hearts, particularly those who have taken shelter of you, and showing an eternal example for all. Simply, we are not this body. We are eternal servants of the servants. You are not a sentimentalist, living in the past or dreaming of the future, but a realist, living in the present. This always brought great confidence and enthusiasm. Amongst your unending qualities, the quality to be yourself within the institution is outstanding, dedicated to the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and fully loyal to the Institute, without compromising your inner resolve. As our dear Sridhar Maharaj would often say, be yourself and make your contribution to the mission. This is you through and through. Even when you took on the most difficult tasks in Mayapur, Vrindavan, Spain, New York, South Africa, or wherever you went, you gave your life and soul with full resolve, risking your life as a true sannyasi throughout. Fearless, you had no separate agenda. True simplicity with no duplicity, the hallmark of a genuine Vaishnava, the unassuming leader of the chase, the small timer, as you said in your own words, with humility. Thank you for being such a wonderful example of a servant, and consequently inspiring thousands of wonderful servants who will now take your legacy forward to greater and greater heights. Yes, your loss to the world is irreplaceable. There is only one Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, just like the name itself indicates, a beautiful, fragrant Kadamba forest in which the Lord enjoys his intimate pastimes with a multitude. Wherever you went, you expanded this ocean of Gaur Lila, the parallel of Braj Lila, bringing unending pleasure through the process of Yugadharma Harinama Sankirtan, the solution to all problems and the only means to awaken divine love for the Lord of Braj and his consort. It was so natural for you, never getting flustered, cool as a cucumber, a grassroots preacher. This is one area we had in common. But you did it, I talk about it. Down to earth and a people's man, encouraging all, no matter who. You like to use the example of swans in many of your offerings, turning crows into swans. For sure, you accomplish this, bringing out the best in those who are blessed. Your unique sense of humor and the ability to apply it in various situations was remarkable, especially for a Dutchman. Your natural ability to laugh at yourself and your inherited Dutchman nature. In typical Dutch way, you manifested frugality, straightforwardness, a gentle air of pride, a determination to walk one's talk, shrewdness, astute intellect, precision, keen managerial perception, planning expertise, quick to analyze, linguistic, and appropriate stubbornness, to name a few. The beauty of this is that you dovetailed all these inherited traits fully in positive service, showing a great example to others. You don't have to be a machine or play an imitative part. Just be yourself. Thus you are truly a living example of unity in diversity, encouraging the diversity to fully blossom, yet in unity with the holy name and the selfless mission of Srila Prabhupada firmly in the center. You taught us to be responsible and to play the part designated to us by the Lord. Thank you for your great encouragement and presence in my meager efforts to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission in France and in the field of Nama Sankirtan. The memory of your blissful presence in France over the years will never be forgotten, but will propel us forward to endeavor to follow your example. Kadamba flowers are also solid and round. You are a living example of a solid devotee, unfazed by the modes around you, and an all-rounder. Whatever you put your heart into, you followed through with full resolve. Krishna made it clear, even on your departure, how dear you are to him for your service to his dearmost devotees. It was not by chance that you left your external body exactly at 12:06 p.m., 1 minute into the most auspicious hour of the day, Abhijit, in the most auspicious place, Vrindavan, surrounded by devotees chanting the holy name, and in the presence of your beloved Giriraj Maharaj. Perfect timing, Maharaj, reminds us of Bhishma Dev, another selfless warrior in the battlefield. Thank you for allowing me to be a small but ever grateful part of your oceanic life. I pray that I can follow in your footsteps even a little more. You had the unique ability to never leave, in one sense, since the effect of your presence perseveres in your absence. This is clearly evident when I see the clearly upbeat mood of your disciples, feeling more than ever your presence and determination to please you. As Jayaveda Maharaj has inspired such a Vaishnava as you, you have inspired moons, so many wonderful moons who will enlighten this world. During the last few weeks, I've been seriously contemplating if only Krishna would take me and allow you to continue on in this world. We are losing the Sangha of a genuine Vaishnava. What is the use of a worm like me? On our last physical meeting in London, you just discovered that your body was attacked by cancer. Resigning to the will of the Lord and determined not to undergo any external efforts to counter it, you said that you would continue to travel and preach until it became impossible physically to do so. And then you would go to Vrindavan to preach from there, both internally and externally. You opened your doors of compassion, accepting hundreds and hundreds in your shelter. A soldier on the battlefield till the end, the perfect conclusion of a life of perfection, from crow to swan, who showed Krishna consciousness works. Thank you again and again, Maharaj, for being what you are. Happy trails till we meet again. Srila Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai.
Holiness Sanananda Maharaj ki. So now we have a video message from His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, and then we'll request His Grace Dinabandhu Prabhu to speak, and then His Grace Prithu Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatarine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanibhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. On this day, I bow my head at the holy feet of His Holiness, Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. When an exalted Vaishnav departs from this world, it is the greatest loss for our hearts, for our society, and for the world. At the same time, what great Vaishnavas give us is a gain that is a blessing forever in our lives. Their example is contributions of services and His blessings are forever with us. Over the years, I have admired while witnessing the extraordinary services that His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj accepted and excelled in. Many of these services had prominent effects in our entire international society. He was a leader in building Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi in Sri Vrindavan Dham, the Pushpa Samadhi in Sri Mayapur Dham. He took leadership positions in Vrindavan, even in most difficult times. The highest leadership in our society would request His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj to offer reports and recommendations on projects that were affecting every devotee within our movement. And yet, he traveled the whole world, spreading the holy name around, preaching, giving inspiring lectures, spellbinding kirtans, essential guidance. He personified a magnificent balance.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Satarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Again, with full enthusiasm. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Panchakalpatriviyasta kripasindhu bevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki. Just look at that smile. How can we be so somber? Maharaj was always so joyful. Huh? We need nice, joyful mood. Huh? Because Maharaj, he's promised us that we'll all meet in that other side, have a big festival there. But actually Kadamba Kanana Maharaj is still here. Huh? Wherever devotees are dancing and chanting like madmen, that's Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj is there. He's still here right now. So we're sitting here in this most beautiful temple built by Srila Prabhupada, Sri Vrindavan, Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, sitting in the courtyard in the shade of this beautiful tamal tree to honor the passing of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj back to the Golok Vrindavan to dance and chant ecstatically with Krishna. Huh? And He's invited us all to come. You just follow. He gave us the advice, just follow that simple program that Srila Prabhupada has given us. And we'll all have a wonderful life, and at the end we'll all meet again and sit together and chant very joyfully, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And I was hearing from some devotees, just like we heard that this was, he left 1206 right at the Abhijit Muhurta, which is the most auspicious Muhurta of the day. But some other devotees have told me this was also known in Maharashtra as Tukaram Bij. Bij refers to the second day. The second day after Falgun has ended. The month of Chaitra has started. Tukaram Bij. Anybody who knows a little bit about Vaishnava history, Tukaram, inspired by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he went all over Maharashtra getting people to chant the holy name of Krishna. And on that same day, that second day after Falgun has ended, Chaitra month has started, in front of hundreds of people, he mounted a Goloka Vrindavan airplane and went back to Goloka, right on that same time as Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj also left on that very same time. So this is, we can't imagine the great fortune we were able to see such a wonderful Vaishnava. My association with him almost the same as Govinda Maharaj. Of course I didn't meet him until 1984. We came here to Vrindavan, and at that time he was the temple commander. And I was really impressed by how he was so efficient about everything. He left us notebooks, all the things to do, even down to the details, that at the end of the summer, you have to go around and make sure there's no leaves left on the roof, because rainy season will come, all the leaves will clog the drains and everything will be a big mess. Even to that point, he was so efficient. And I can remember he had the only, those days, air cooler. I don't know if you know what air coolers are, but he had only one in his office. He was always kind enough to invite us into his office. The summer times could be quite difficult here in Vrindavan. But at that time, he had left all these notebooks because there were certain circumstances. He was going to Mayapur. Many devotees had to leave here and go to Mayapur. And we came here and joined to help out. And we were always traveling and preaching, and we'd come back and then make a beeline for Kadamba Kanana Swami's or Kadamba Kanana Das office with that air cooler. So later he went to Mayapur, we know, and then a difficult time in our history, he returned here, and we had I remember we had a very beautiful ceremony. I was leaving the presidency, he was taking over the presidency, and we took Srila Prabhupada's shoes and put them on my head, and then we took Prabhupada's shoes and put them on Kadamba Kanana Swami's head, and then we all spoke. And I remember I told a story that there was one donkey. Now this donkey was famous because you could never get him to say no. Never. Everybody tried so many ways to get this donkey to say no. Finally somebody came and whispered in his ear, and the donkey went, "No! No! No!" And everybody asked, "What did you do? What did you say?" He said, "You've just been appointed a temple president in ISKCON Mandir." Kadamba told me later, "You really worried me when he told that story." And I'll tell one, we've always heard all the wonderful things that he's done, but there's some personal incidents that hardly anybody knows about. I don't even remember who was there. But one time when Kadamba was president, excuse me, I'm just getting a very bad cough. So one Gaudiya Math sannyasi came, and he had some property on the other side of the Jamuna, some holy place. Beautiful Kadamba trees were there and everything. So he wanted to turn it over to ISKCON. He was tired of management. He was getting old, as most, old Gaudiya Math sannyasis are getting old. So, of course, Kadamba wanted me to see the place. So he invited me. We went up there, and we had to go all the way to Kosi. And then we had to cross the river, the Jamuna, at Kosi. Now it was rainy season. And ordinarily, during the half of the year, there's a pontoon bridge we call Pipapul. But because it's monsoon season, they tear down the Pipapul, and the only way to get across there was a motor launch. Previously, there was no such thing as motor launches. But somehow at Kosi, this is old days. Now they have all these horrible things making noise all over the Jamuna, but the old days isn't hardly such a thing. So we got in the motor launch and we went across the other side, and then we saw this place, but I wasn't really impressed so much, and neither was Kadamba. I can't remember who else with us. We got back, and we saw everybody standing half knee deep in the water all around the launch. And then the word came to us that the motor had broken down. And we're going, "Oh my God, it's going to get dark soon, and we have to get back across the river." And we all looked around, and then I looked downstream and I saw that one of the pontoons, they moored them up against the bank of the river. So there was a big pontoon up against the bank of the river, whole bunch of, water hyacinth had backed up against it. And I said, well, judging from the current, if we jump in now, we'll come out right at that pontoon, then we can get onto the bank and we can go catch a rickshaw or catch our car. I guess our car was waiting on the other side. Our car back to Vrindavan. So finally seeing, because they weren't fixing the launch, so seeing no other alternative, and we didn't want to get stuck there, and we didn't want it to get dark, so we just took all our cloth and held it with our left hand, and we all plunged into the Jamuna. And we started, swimming along, and we were just, the Jamuna was just carrying us on with huge, heavy current. I had never seen such a current in my life. And just as we were about to get to the pontoon, we saw this whole flotilla of water hyacinths. It must have been 1.5 feet above the water. This is quite large water hyacinths. There's a huge flotilla just coming down the stream, headed straight for that pontoon. And we all looked at it. There's no way we could outrun it. And somehow or other, we just got mashed into the middle. Huge flotilla of water hyacinth. You know, we couldn't see each other. Somehow or other, we all got separated. And somehow we got through all this water hyacinths and we got to the pontoon. And Kadamba was freaking out. He was saying, "Oh no, we lost Dinabandhu." And he kept calling, finally I heard him calling out my name. I said, I'm here. And there was some iron attachments to the pontoon. I was trying to crawl up them. But when you're in the water, you weigh different than when you're out of the water. And poor Kadamba, he was on top of the pontoon. He came down, he tried to pull me up, and as soon as I got out of the water, it was too much, it was too heavy. So he dropped me back down. So I said, don't worry about it. And so I just made my way around the pontoon and finally got to the bank of the river. Then we got off and pulled the leeches off of our legs. That was one very sweet memory I have with Kadamba here in Vrindavan. And like everyone else, I've seen how the devotees loved him so much in South Africa. And we were just, he finally took sannyas and was traveling all around. We were just totally amazed. And of course, as we heard, he always had his heart in Vrindavan. He always somehow or other tried to manage this beautiful temple that Srila Prabhupada has bestowed upon us. And so his heart was always here. So the first thing he thought of as soon as he found out all about this horrible disease, and he said, all right, let's just go to Vrindavan, accepted as Krishna's mercy. And I was amazed when he came, he was just charging out on Prikrama. And at that time it was just after COVID, I was very weak. How is he doing this? I couldn't even imagine now. So he was charging out on Prikrama, again, those jump up and down kirtans. And gradually he got, finally the disease finally struck home. And he was just lying there chanting, and on this very auspicious day, the same day Tukaram mounted a Goloka plane and went to Goloka. He also mounted his Goloka plane, went to Goloka, waiting for us there, that you just follow the simple process Prabhupada has given us. This is what I noticed about Kadamba. He's always a very firm Prabhupada man. He was always firm on this very simple process. You just chant, you follow the principles, and you will get a glorious life, and then we'll all join. Not later, even now, whenever there's kirtan going on and the devotees are dancing like madmen, then you can know Kadamba Kanana Swami is there dancing within their hearts. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki, Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki.
Amagyantiminandas Yaganandana Shalakaya Chakshun Amritam Yanatasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namavishamda Krishnamista Bhutale Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Namini Namaste Sarasvati Devi Guravani Pacharini Nivesesa Sunyavari Pasitastani. Hare Krishna. So we are assembled here to remember and glorify the life of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. A verse that comes to my mind describing his life and situation is from Srimad Bhagavatam that was quoted by Srila Prabhupada many times, namely Titikshava Karunika. That Vaishnava is very tolerant and he undergoes many, many difficulties in his life. Sometimes we cannot even understand why that is so. That even the Pandavas suffered so many incredible difficulties. Why that is so, no one can understand the plan of the Lord. But without these difficulties, Bhagavad Gita would have never been spoken. So there's always a higher purpose behind it, in the suffering, for the good of the world and also to benefit the devotee. There's one famous saying that if the Lord loves you, He puts you on His anvil, like a blacksmith has an anvil, and He beats and beats and beats you till the iron has turned into gold. So that's kind of what we see in the life of great devotees. They're suffering there for the benefit of mankind. And they're very tolerant. We saw this in the life of Prahlad Maharaj. He was suffering so much, his father tried to kill him in so many ways. But by the end of the day, all this arose, the anger of Lord Nrsimhadev, that he personally appeared. Not just for him, but for us, to teach us that at the end of the tunnel, there's always light. And Maharaj said this example. Titikshava Karunika, it is very merciful. He, under most difficult times, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj worked very hard. I couldn't see myself in the heat of Vrindavan to be here. He was struggling against all odds to build this samadhi for Prabhupada when hardly anybody was much involved. He was begging, practically speaking, from door to door, please, saying, how can Prabhupada be in samadhi when his samadhi is not built? That didn't come for a very high price. The same Vrindavan, that he bought the property here, the Kedi land. I was there. That came with a very high price, with a bullet in his stomach. Just like Prabhupada, he paid a very high price. His suffering in the beginning was unimaginable. One heart attack after the other, even on the ship, even in New York. He was lying on a straw mat in Radha Damodar temple way before he came to Vrindavan. In winter, all of us who stay here in winter know how cold that is, on a straw mat. Not a mattress, on a straw mat. And two godbrothers came to him and said, you have to buy a bed, otherwise he will die. And Prabhupada said, I want to use every paisa for book distribution. There you have it. Titikshava and Karunika personified, right side by side. And we saw this also in the life of Kadamba Kanana, practically speaking, the life of every great devotee. There's huge sacrifice there. Now we have this huge temple in Mayapur. It didn't come easy. Ultimately, this is pure Krishna Shakti. Pure Krishna Shakti. Otherwise, it is not possible that one old man goes to America in old age for us, so that we could become Krishna conscious. Titikshava Karunika. And so all the qualities of a Vaishnava of this caliber are sublime, as it says in this verse in Srimad Bhagavatam. And what is the business? When Prabhupada came to London, we were all young book distributors. He wanted us to come to London. In fact, he said, don't even take shower, I want to talk to you right away. We came early in the morning hours. And Prabhupada came, sat down. We were all 20, I was 25 at that time, more than 50 years ago. And Prabhupada said, what is the most important verse of all verses? And one of us, he said, Yadadekataha Krishna Upadesh. And Prabhupada said, yes, that is a fact. Wherever you go, you preach Krishna consciousness. In the same way, Maharaj went to Africa. I just went last year in summer to go to Africa. And Maharaj understood Prabhupada's purpose. Prabhupada's purpose to come to Africa is to say the Africans, millions of Africans, that's where Prabhupada came. Not for building big temples, that was not his point. Wherever there are rich Indians, temple come up automatically. He had a heart for Africa. Because how do you sleep at night if you're on a continent? Millions of Africans. How do you do that? He understood that very well, and he preached and tried his very best, establishing one temple completely dedicated to the Africans in Johannesburg. Because Karunika, compassion. When we arrived here at one stage, I came from Ireland with a whole bunch of brahmacharis, all very strong. And we were living up there in the Gurukul. It was very difficult. Maharaj said, why don't you go and buy some land? And so this is how Prabhupavani Ashram came about. A very valuable property now dedicated for the devotees of ISKCON to grow, practice Krishna consciousness and go out from there as we intended it to be, to go all over the world and preach Krishna consciousness. He was behind it from the beginning to the end. He gave me that inspiration and the strength to do that. And so you can go on and on and on, talk about his Titikshava and Karunika, something that many people don't get. I mean, if you go in many temples in our society, people, in Hinduism, you don't get that. Hindus just don't get that. They have no understanding of Lord Chaitanya's intent. Namely, to preach Krishna consciousness to everyone, to give this mantra without restriction to everybody. People don't get it. People go into the temple, they pray for benefits, basically speaking. I saw this wherever I go. We have to come to the point of understanding the mood of Lord Chaitanya, and that is to preach Krishna consciousness till we drop, as he showed. That is the idea. Yadadekata Krishna Upadesh. Maharaj spent his whole life like that. I mean, he was pumping the harmonium, practically speaking, to death. I was wondering how long he's going to do that. I would have gotten a heart attack with this energy he put into the chanting. It was incredible, up to the end. I could never keep up with him. I remember we had a Rath Yatra in Leipzig and he sang and danced up to the end. And he was on the stage, he was keep going up and he went, what can I do? What can I do? Except of chanting and dancing. Prabhupada said something very beautiful and I want to read it to you. This is very appropriate for the situation. He said, Padumna Prabhu asked Prabhupada one question. What if people don't hear us? What if people don't hear our message? Prabhupada says, the people may not understand our message, but Krishna will be pleased. But Krishna will be pleased. And that is our mission. The most important thing, to please Krishna. Samsiti Hari Toshanam, the whole Varnashram Dharma, by the end of the day, to please Krishna. Samsiti Hari Toshanam. Then Prabhupada continued, they thought Jesus' mission was killed, was stopped. They killed him. But his mission was attained. He preached only for 3 years, but so many followers. Don't think that there would be such a thing like Christians even after so many years without a huge sacrifice. Up to the end. Talking about tolerance, people were crucifying him and he was saying, Lord forgive, they don't know what they're doing. Karunika, Titikshava, side by side. Then Prabhupada continues, we must never be disappointed that no one is hearing Krishna consciousness. We will say it to the moon, we will say it to the stars, we will say it to all directions. We will cry in the wilderness because Krishna is everywhere. Now, he said, we want to have a certificate from Krishna that this man has done something for me. We want to have a certificate from Krishna that this man has done something for me, not popularity. If a pack of asses glorify you, what is the use? This is the idea of Srila Prabhupada, that this man has done something for you. And Maharaj, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, he got this certificate from Krishna. He's done something. I couldn't be there in his last hour. I was having engagements in Delhi temple. A day early I was already in Delhi, but I couldn't come, I was tied down. On one side, yes, that is also nice, but on the other side I would have liked to be here. But when I came and saw him, I saw Maharaj, I asked him, can I go? He said, well, it's a little late. I sneaked into it anyway. And I was astounded when I saw Maharaj on his asana. It was such a sage's look he had on his face. Extremely beautiful, extremely sageous. Complete peacefulness, completely peaceful. And I thought by myself, yes, he went to the other side, no doubt. I have seen many corpses, people leaving the body, with terror in their faces. When I saw his face, I saw he was completely at peace, 100% at peace. It was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing to remember. Maharaj, in his death. because he has done something for Krishna. He got the certificate from Krishna that Prabhupada was talking about. This man has done something for me, not popularity. That is not what we want. What do we care? Like Prabhupada said, if the pack of asses glorifies you, what is the use of that? He had that certificate, and therefore we are very, very happy, all of us, that we could participate in this glorious life of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, which was glorious since I knew him, which is a long time ago. We went through many stages. He took care of many of my former disciples. And we're witnessing, all of us, his life and his departure from this planet. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai. So Vrindavan.
Thank you so much. So now we'll try with the video of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatarine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patithanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. On this day, I bow my head at the holy feet of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. When an exalted Vaishnav departs from this world, it is the greatest loss for our hearts, for our society, and for the world. At the same time, what great Vaishnavas give us is a gain that is a blessing forever in our lives. Their example is contributions of services and His blessings are forever with us. Over the years, I have admired while witnessing the extraordinary services that His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj accepted and excelled in. Many of these services had prominent effects in our entire international society. He was a leader in building Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi in Sri Vrindavan Dham, the Pushpa Samadhi in Sri Mayapur Dham. He took leadership positions in Vrindavan, even in most difficult times. The highest leadership in our society would request His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj to offer reports and recommendations on projects that were affecting every devotee within our movement. And yet, he traveled the whole world, spreading the holy name around, preaching, giving inspiring lectures, spellbinding kirtans, essential guidance. He personified a magnificent balance of loyalty, faithfulness, and duty to Srila Prabhupada's mission, while at the same time having deep attachment for hearing the glories of the Lord, chanting the holy names and glories of the Lord, and deep attachment to his home in Sri Vrindavan. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, he fearlessly and dutifully did whatever he was asked to serve the mission. Yet he was always focused on the essence, the very heart of Krishna consciousness and the will of Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas. Srila Prabhupada gave an example that a great preacher is fearless like a British soldier and affectionate like a Bengali mother. I found these qualities in a very special way in His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. He truly embodied Vaishnava qualities. Even when he was in the midst of incredible challenges, crisis, in the passion of the moment, still his kindness, his respect to other Vaishnavas, his Vaishnava qualities always prevailed. Following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, he departed from his home in Vrindavan to spread the glories of the holy name and pure bhakti all over the world. Under the guidance of his beloved Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj. The obstacles that he overcame in his enthusiasm and compassion to the duty of Guru and Gauranga are historical. He continued his services with such devotion and enthusiasm, despite being shot by a person attempting to assassinate him, shot by a gun, various crises, various heartbreaks, and years of his own health crisis and diseases. His duty and his love prevailed. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj attracted thousands and thousands of people's hearts to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radhan Shamsundar. And when the time had come, he returned to Vrindavan, following Srila Prabhupada's footsteps, to take shelter of Sri Sri Gaurnitai, Sri Krishna Balaram, Sri Radha Shamsundar, and their most sacred abode, our eternal home in Vrindavan. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj exemplified how to live as an exalted Vaishnav and how to depart from the world in Krishna consciousness. I am forever grateful for his friendship, his inspiration, and his life of devotion. I bow my head at the lotus feet of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, and I bow my head at the feet of all of his faithful followers. Thank you very much. Very much. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Holiness Radhanath Maharaj ki. So now I would like to request His Grace Shuddhi Prabhu, and then we'll ask His Grace Shrutikirti Prabhu to speak, and then we have a letter from His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj.
Such a great loss. I don't know how I can say something about Kadamba Kanana Swami. Even in a short version, it would take a few hours. But I think of a few important things to think. One is I'm Shuddhi Das from Laguna Beach, California, and I got to be initiated by Prabhupada on March 29, 71, and I'll always revere that day. To describe why he was able to accomplish so much, I think it goes by his character. And rather than give a whole talk about his character, we can refer to the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna talks about certain qualities. He starts with Advaishta Sarva Bhutanam, one who is not envious, but a kind friend to all living entities. And he goes on in the next verse to talk about someone who does not disturb others or let others disturb them, who is not attached to the ordinary course of activities in the next verse. And so many qualities are described. At the end of each verse, Krishna says, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. So I can conclude two things from this, that number one, that this is why Kadamba Kanana Swami was able to accomplish so much. And number two, because he has those qualities that make him dear to Krishna, then he certainly must be dear to Krishna and think he is back there with Krishna now. I was joking, I told someone that I bought a 5-story building in Vrindavan for 2 million. But actually I got a 1-bedroom place for 2 million rupees in a 5-bedroom place. But that's why my things are small, whether it's devotion or what I have as far as apartment, whereas he has a big mansion of devotion. And the only thing I can think now is that, especially for devotees in Africa, he was able to preach to so many Indians and Africans and get them involved like nobody, only comparison to Bhakti Tirtha Swami and maybe a few others. But that's going to be a big loss. And just like when Prabhupada left, we have to rise to the occasion to try to follow in the footsteps of all of our previous acharyas and do the best we can. And maybe we can't start with everything, but we can start with following the basic principles that has been given to us and have an attitude of adveshta sarva bhutanam, not being envious and being a kind friend to all living entities. So I will try to be somewhat like him. I cannot be completely like him, but I will try to follow in those footsteps and help others and become purified on a daily basis myself. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharni Nirvisesa Sanyavari Pasikajahade Satarni. Hare Krishna. So over the last few hours you've heard from so many exalted devotees describing so many wonderful qualities, so many wonderful services of Maharaj. I didn't have a lot of personal association with him. I met him a few times in travels. I met him at Ekachakra in somewhere in eastern Ukraine and a few other places, and that was about 14 years ago. But I do know I had some personal association with Srila Prabhupada. And the other day in a class, I gave a comment on a question of Panchagodas, saying when devotees become unhappy or in anxiety, stressed. And I told a little story how Prabhupada said, if you're following everything, or if you're not feeling happy in Krishna consciousness, you have to understand what it is you're not doing. So on the other side, you can see Maharaj, always happy in Krishna consciousness. He ticked off every box. I can say honestly, as much as anyone I've ever seen, he follows Srila Prabhupada's style in every way, right up until his last breath, coming here to Vrindavan. Prabhupada, if he didn't feel well, what did he do? He came to Vrindavan. So Maharaj understood perfectly how to do everything. It seems like from the beginning. Prabhupada would write down he spent 10 cents on butter. You know, when Maharaj, they asked him to do a service, it was complete. Every detail. So I admire him so much. And another thing, of course, he's not a direct disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Very fortunate disciple of Jayadvaita Maharaj. But what does this show us? Prabhupada's potency. It didn't end with Prabhupada's disciples, obviously. And we can see that. If you only need to see it in one person, that's enough. Anyone following Srila Prabhupada, like he did, you can get that same result. And that's what he gave to everyone. He came to Vrindavan. There's a t-shirt out there, one of those stores, it says, the only reason to leave Vrindavan is to give Vrindavan to others. I saw that and I thought, very true. Sometimes, even my godbrothers, they say, I'm too old, I'm happy sitting here and chanting. I said, good thing Prabhupada didn't think like that at 70 years old. Life just began. There's so much to do. I just want to tell a little thing, and I hope it's appropriate. I was fortunate enough to be there for the last hour or so in Maharaj's room. And Jayadvaita Maharaj let me go into the inner chamber there. So many devotees were everywhere in the stairwells and all the different rooms. But somehow I managed, because I hadn't seen him in the last couple of weeks. I was in the outside room doing the kirtan, and I really wanted to just see Maharaj. And he did, a big king-size bed,
what would be more appropriate. Huh? He had a king-size bed. And he was stretched out over it for that last however long. And he was lying on his back, and his hands and legs were outstretched. And Govinda Maharaj was leading kirtan, and others were also chanting at times. But I was watching Maharaj. At one point I got pushed aside a little bit because his Giriraj was on the altar there. Always his service to his Giriraj. Beautiful little Giriraj I saw. I took a picture of him. So I moved aside, but I was just watching as the kirtan was going on. And I was seeing Maharaj lay there, his eyes open and breathing. Obviously, because of his situation and not eating, you could see each breath he took. And me, in my crazy OCD way, I was counting his breaths. And I was counting the seconds in between his breaths. And I could see him as he was slowly departing. There was no anxiety, as was described previously. He was very peaceful. And I was watching. And the breaths were somewhat labored, of course. 5 seconds I saw in between. You would see his stomach, and then it increased. And towards the end, it was literally 13 seconds. But there was no change in him. He was already where he was. He was already there. He was happy. I'm saying it not to try to put anyone in feeling any anxiety, but the very opposite. There was no stress in any way as death was approaching, those final breaths. And that was it. We saw it. I saw it was 13 seconds, and I thought, this can't go on much longer. And then he just stopped breathing. That was it. He was done. But that same look, as was described by Prithu Prabhu, transcendental, peaceful, happy, everything he worked for. And Prabhupada says that everything we do is to bring us to that one moment. And that one moment, if you blinked, you would have missed it. It was such a peaceful transition. He just left. Which is very interesting, because if you're around him, always something going on. So there was something going on. But it was with him, his guru, Prabhupada, and Giriraj. So when I saw that, it was, again, it's very comforting to see. We can all have that. Maharaj had it, and he gave it to others. That's the secret. You can't give what you don't have. And seeing his followers, it's obvious he had hold of Krishna's lotus feet, his guru's lotus feet. So again, you've been sitting here for many hours. I just wanted to try to add that one thing. It was very special. Here in Vrindavan, it seems like if we live in Vrindavan now, every week we're going to be doing this for someone. But this is all the glory that Srila Prabhupada has given us, bringing us here. Maharaj, as far as I could see, in every way, he was perfect disciple. I know Maharaj is very pleased with him. Obviously, Prabhupada is pleased. He's been given everything he wanted. Those inner desires at the end. He had it. That's what he wanted. And always setting an example for all of us. But it was also his personal. It was his bhajan. So I'm happy I got to be here. I wasn't here. I had a bad cold. But I was listening to everyone speak, and I just wanted to come and add that, because being there at the end was very, very, I felt very fortunate to have those few minutes with Maharaj. So everyone should know, there's no doubt. I saw the same thing when my wife left about 12 years ago. Same thing, she just stopped breathing 1 second. and just totally peaceful. So this is our goal, huh? Be happy and peaceful in Krishna consciousness. When the time comes, no fear, no anxiety. His Holiness Kadamba Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Now we request Her Grace Mahadevi Mataji to please come. And then we'll have a letter from His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and then we have a video glorification from His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj.
Are we hearing somebody else?
Yes, you can start.
No, somebody was speaking.
No, you can start.
Okay. Namo Vishnuvedaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravane Pacharane Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paskachade Shatarane Vanchakalpa Drubhischa Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I'd like to offer my heartfelt gratitude, first of all, to Jayadvaita Swami. Yesterday, when I was watching him stand in the bottom of the pit with the last few handfuls of salt, and I was thinking how we always hear about the devotion of the disciple for the Guru, but I was marveling at how Maharaj's dedication and his love for his disciple, just like Srila Prabhupada had so much love for his disciples. So this is very glorious example of being a guru, a loving guru. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Krishna says this in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 630. This is the verse that I think of in relationship to great, great personalities like His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. He had this way of seeing Krishna, seeing Prabhupada's movement, Prabhupada's mission in everyone and in every situation. In the last 22 years that I've been allowed to serve here in Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON Vrindavan, I got the great fortune of seeing Maharaj many times as he would come through, and he was always very friendly to everyone, to his godbrothers, his godsisters, the children, guests, everyone. He took a little bit of time to share some Krishna consciousness. This is the example of a very great personality. I've had this little tradition where I give out sticks that fall from the desire trees in Vrindavan to different devotees around the world. And Maharaj, I would always give him a little piece of the Kadamba tree that's on the Parikrama path, that very special tree that Krishna jumped off of to chastise Kaliya. So just a few months ago, I had found a beautiful piece of bark from that Kadamba tree, and I gave it to Maharaj in the MVT garden, and he held it to his heart and said that this bark is 5,000 years old, and here we are 5,000 years later serving in Vrindavan underneath these desire trees. Maharaj was always seeing, as we've heard many times, Vrindavan everywhere he went, and when he came here, to me, he had a very special joy, like Krishna says, joyfully performed. He was very joyful in his kirtan, his service, and whenever he spoke with you, you felt a certain joyfulness that comes from following Prabhupada's mission, following Prabhupada's program. And I happened to come across, just to make this short, happened to come across this beautiful book that Maharaj wrote, Under the Desire Trees, A Search for Krishna in Vrindavan. What a beautiful title. And I'll just read just a little bit about Talavan. We meditate on devotional service as the means of attracting Balaram's mercy. It is the only way to overcome the inner animal or the Denakasura syndrome. There is a Denakasura in all of us. We pray to Lord Balaram as he prepares the heart and gives spiritual strength, which ultimately means happiness in spiritual life. So Maharaj also has put out this little book, The Guru and the Disciple, which I think all of his disciples should take the opportunity to read. And I want to thank all of his disciples who I've had the great fortune of meeting and serving with through the years in Vrindavan. And as somebody else was mentioning, most of the disciples, at least whom I've met, are very joyful, very dedicated, not only to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, but talking about Srila Prabhupada as well. It was one reason I was attracted to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, decades ago. He's always speaking about the glories of Srila Prabhupada. Whenever he spoke, a few sentences would go by and you'd hear the sacred name of Srila Prabhupada. So in this way, he's also imbibed this mood of love and dedication to Prabhupada and to Prabhupada's mission, especially here in Vrindavan. So I'd like to thank all of his disciples, and if I can be of any service to you, please engage me. And I'd like to thank all the assembled Vaishnavas for always inspiring me just by your example in Krishna consciousness and in Prabhupada's mission, and especially to His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, who is always very kind and very joyfully reminding us of Krishna saying in 9.2, joyfully performed. This process is joyfully performed. So let's all chant Hare Krishna together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol, glories to Kadamba Kanana Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees.
Hare Krishna devotees, my humble obeisances to you all, my humble obeisances to His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. So, Maharaj has left our company in the immediate physical sense, gone to be with Srila Prabhupada, gone to be with Lord Chaitanya, gone to be with Radha and Krishna, and we're left alone, so to speak. But we're not alone. The relationship, particularly for those of you who are his disciples, the relationship is eternal. Yes, the spiritual master is present in his instructions, and he's living in his instructions, and the follower lives with him by living with those instructions. I remember when I first met Maharaj, was in Vrindavan. I'm not sure if he was already the president, but it was around that time. He was a householder and extremely, very serious and dedicated devotee. And I remember one thing very clearly, and it was really quite something, a discussion I had with Jayadvaita Maharaj. Somehow or other we had a discussion about
householders in ISKCON taking sannyas. And, how as time goes on, so many of the householders are becoming old. And there's the tradition of such people taking sannyas, the men at least. And so we were discussing this just briefly, and Maharaj told me, actually, I know of one householder in ISKCON who's in the process. He's going to be taking sannyas shortly. And he was talking of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. So we all know Kadamba Kanana Maharaj so well. I've had so much association with him, all just really wonderful, really amazing actually. And now he's departed, as happens to everyone. It's going to happen to all of us also. But I remember going through this experience in relation to Srila Prabhupada, November 1977. What an experience. What an experience. I've never had anything like it before or after. But the thing is, and this is really the thing, that the relationship is eternal. That's why we're in Krishna consciousness, to go beyond just the temporary, circumstantial nature of this material world and come to the eternal level and go back to Godhead for eternal life, full of bliss and full of knowledge. And Srila Prabhupada said, we'll have another ISKCON in Goloka Vrindavan. So Maharaj is there, and we'll all be with him in due course. But for the time being, there's a little separation due to the time factor. But please, all of you, disciples of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, I know many of you, and I know you to be very, very dedicated and sincere disciples of your spiritual master. So please just try to embrace this point that the relationship is eternal. It is still going on. And particularly, Maharaj is present in his instructions. And really try and live by his instructions, live with his instructions. And of course, meditate on him, remember him, but particularly make the foundation of the relationship as much as you're able, based on being absorbed in his instructions to you, and you'll feel the connection. Just as we who, now it's getting on for 50 years after Prabhupada's left this world, we're carrying on. We're definitely carrying on. And we feel Prabhupada's presence, and we're happy, very happy to be engaged in his service. So please do like that. And then, in due course, we'll all be together in Goloka Vrindavan. Hare Krishna. Srila Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So we're coming to the end of this morning's memorials and appreciations. There's so many more devotees who would like to speak, and actually so many more videos. But these, I guess, will be shown at a later date. So we just have two final words of appreciation. The first is a letter from His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And then our final item will be a video glorification by His Grace Purijan Prabhu. So this is a letter from His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Dear Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj, members of the ISKCON Vrindavan Temple Management, disciples, well-wishers and friends of Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, Please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. We have all assembled today to glorify Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj and reminisce his wonderful contributions to ISKCON. While his departure is definitely painful for the Vaishnava community, we are sure that because of his sincere service attitude, Krishna and the Guru Parampara will be pleased. I had the privilege of working with Kadamba Kanana Maharaj for a considerable period of time. Maharaj became a devotee in Amsterdam, and after some time he moved to Mayapur, where he took up a lot of responsibilities. He was in charge of developing the Mayapur master plan. Over the years he has held several key positions in ISKCON. To my knowledge, he first worked in the planning and execution of the Mayapur plan. Later on, he resigned and traveled extensively in Europe and America. As he was capable and well respected, he was regularly provided strategic assignments by the GBC. For the last 3 or 4 years, he was serving as the officer on special duty for the New York Temple. This was a challenging assignment, as the Brooklyn Temple was needing more efficient management for a long time. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was really attracted to staying and serving in Vrindavan. A few years ago, he was invited to serve on the Vrindavan Executive Board, and I had the good fortune of working with him on several occasions. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was a brave soldier of Prabhupada's army. He unfortunately was constrained to face a lot of opposition in Vrindavan because he was trying to clean up the environment in the temple. He was really bold in his services, and as many would know, he had to even face a bullet because he was sincerely trying to clean up Vrindavan. After this incident, he left Vrindavan and preached extensively in Europe and South Africa. Later on, he took up services as an initiating guru and has disciples all over Europe and many parts of the world. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was a very dedicated devotee of Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. He faced many obstacles, but this did not discourage him from carrying out his duty. He was determined to serve Srila Prabhupada, especially in Vrindavan. He was diagnosed in June 2022 with cancer that had originally infected his body in 2016. This did not discourage him. He received medical care and continued to preach. I had the good fortune of meeting Kadamba Kanana Maharaj in his room barely 4 or 5 days before his departure. Maharaj was lying down on his bed, and I was sitting next to him along with Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu. Even though Maharaj was in pain, he looked completely relaxed, and we could spend about half an hour together. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj will be remembered as a great Vaishnava who came to push Srila Prabhupada's movement in different parts of the world. He was a very good musician and is very fondly remembered by devotees for leading ecstatic kirtans. He was also a very capable speaker. He was quite fluent in Bengali and Hindi as well. I enjoyed working with him. I pray to Sri Sri Krishna Balaram to grant him eternal shelter at their lotus feet. I'm sure Srila Prabhupada and His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami are immensely pleased with Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, and that he will continue to serve the movement as he did before. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki. So now we'll have a video remembrance from His Grace Burijan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nivasesha Sanyavari Prashatya De Satarane. Vanshakapa Tuvyascha Kripa Sindhu Vayavicha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. I would like to speak something about His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. It's a very difficult thing At the moment, he's still in this world, but it doesn't seem like for very long. But how can I speak about someone who I've known for 40 years? He was there in Vrindavan when I first went to Vrindavan in 1983, and we've been friends ever since then. But I'll try to say something, and what I will say is probably quite shallow compared to this very devoted, devotional, strong, special, extremely special devotee, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. He was a genius, or he is a genius, practically speaking. He spoke so many languages. He spoke Indian languages, he spoke Bengali, Hindi, spoke European languages, so many. And I have some notes here. And he was so intelligent, both managerially. He was very, very, very strong. When he was speaking to me last time, we were speaking just as friends, and suddenly he put on his managerial hat and his eyes shined, and he gave me some managerial advice. And then he took off his managerial hat and his eyes became quite soft. But he was managerially and strategically very astute. But not only that, he had such penetrating shastric spiritual intelligence as well. And he was so concerned, and he helped so many devotees. And when he gave someone shelter, he really gave them shelter. But he was so shastrically astute, and he especially was a devotee to one special book, the Chaitanya Charitamrita. He told me he had thousands of lecture notes on the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he was in the process of writing a book about Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he said that that you cannot worship Radha and Krishna separately from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and you cannot worship Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu separately from Radha and Krishna. He was very fixed and very devoted. He had such a sense of the overview and the subtleties of Chaitanya Charitamrita. He was very absorbed in it. Chaitanya Charitamrita in many senses was his life. I brought out something from Chaitanya Charitamrita, just a few verses and one short purport by Srila Prabhupada. This is from after Mahaprabhu took sannyas. As he's traveling, he says the verse of the Avanti Brahmana from the 23rd chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam in Uddhava Gita. Atan se astaya paratmanishtam adyasitam purvatama mahadabir aham trishami dharatya param tamo mukundadri nasevayaiva. So this verse means, it defines, Mahaprabhu was very, very fond of this verse because it defined the mood of a sannyasi. I shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nescience by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous acharyas, this being firmly fixed in the lotus feet of Krishna as the method of transcendence. It was approved by the previous acharyas who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, the Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then Mahaprabhu says, he approves of the purport of this verse on account of the determination of the mendicant devotee to engage in the service of Lord Mukunda. He was a Tridandi sannyasi. Mahaprabhu gave his approval of this verse, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, indicating that it was very good because of his mood of determined seva. And then the next verse says, Paratmanishtam matravesha dharana. The real purpose of accepting sannyas is to dedicate oneself to the service of Mukunda. By serving Mukunda, one can actually be liberated from the bondage of material existence. So Srila Prabhupada explains in his purport that the sannyas dress, and our Kadamba Kanana Maharaj was a sannyasi, a strong sannyasi. The sannyas dress is actually an attraction for material formality. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not like such formality, but he wanted the essence of it. And that essence is service to Mukunda. Such determination in any condition is paratmanishtam. That is required. Focused, determined determination in the service of the Lord. The conclusion is that the sannyas order depends not on the dress, but on the determination to serve Mukunda. So this really speaks of the great excellence of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. He was so determined. He was so fixed in the service of Mukunda, in the service of the lotus feet of Mukunda. He was fixed, so fixed in the service of his Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj. He was fixed in that service in a very mature, affectionate, friendly, but determined and surrendered way. He told me one time that his Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj, had told him he shouldn't play guitar anymore, and he was an expert guitarist. And he was sort of saying, oh, why did he say that? But he never, ever played guitar again. Instead, he used his musical talent, his musical artistic talent in kirtan, and became glorious in that way. He was so surrendered. When his Guru Maharaj told him to take sannyas immediately, he immediately took sannyas. He was determined to write his book on Chaitanya Charitamrita, and his Guru Maharaj said, you go to New York and you head up the preaching there and organize things there in the Brooklyn Temple. He immediately left that. His spiritual master told him to begin accepting disciples. It wasn't his desire, but he immediately did that. He was fixed, determinedly fixed, surrendered to his Guru, and so surrendered to Srila Prabhupada and his mission. He loved Prabhupada. He had such deep veneration for Prabhupada, and because of that, he had determination, fixed determination in Prabhupada's mission, and he would do anything for Prabhupada in his mission. He did so many amazing things. He headed the construction, much of the construction for Prabhupada's Pushpa Samadhi in Sridham Mayapur. He helped the Spain Yatra, the Spanish Yatra. When it was in great need, he helped the Vrindavan temple. When it was in great need, he preached in South Africa. I'll speak in a few moments of his preaching in South Africa, but he was so determined. That is what I would like to say. He told me just a few days ago that I promised that I'm going to chant 16 rounds a day, and I'm going to die with my hands in my bead bag chanting those 16 rounds. He was just so fixed and so determined. He was so strong-minded. He wasn't just surrendered and fixed, and he was so strong-minded, being an independent-minded Dutchman. One Dutchman from Amsterdam told me, we Dutchmen, we don't like dogs, we like cats. So Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, he was so strong and independent-minded, and yet, and that fits so well with his determination. But he wasn't just determined in that way. He was so soft and so compassionate as well. He told me that he went to Soweto, which is a very difficult, poor suburb, black suburb in South Africa. And he told me he had been preaching there for some time, and then there was a revolution amongst the people there. And they surrounded him, and it was quite dangerous, he said. He said, there, one's life can be worth nothing, practically speaking. So people who were antagonistic surrounded him, and they said to him, what are you doing here? What's your purpose here? You're not a black person. What is your purpose here? And he said, with complete honesty, and not something just superficial to convince them of something and get himself out of a dangerous position. he said to them with complete honesty and earnestness, and he fully carried this forward in his life. He said, my forefathers, they came to your country and they exploited the land. They made you into their servants. They raped your wives. And now I've come to try to pay back some of that debt. And indeed, he did do that. He was the kind of person that appreciated something that that Bhavananda had done for him. When he had joined ISKCON Krishna Balaram Mandir in the 80s in Vrindavan, Bhavananda had seen that he had leadership qualities, and he gave him all facility. He saw the potential in this person, and he expressed, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj expressed appreciation for that. And that same principle about seeing potential in people and then helping them and empowering them was so much a part of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj's his managerial expertise, and also a part of his compassion. So in South Africa, he understood that these people have great potential. So he served them. He started a fund to put some of these potentially great leaders in through the university. And now, very much because of his leadership, he's so trusted because he was so trustworthy. And he did things fully with determination, with a full heart, with full sincerity. He didn't do things halfway. So because of that, today there are so many very well-educated, intelligent, great African leaders, and they're the future in South Africa in so many ways. So because that was the brilliant vision and pure-heartedness, pure soft-heartedness of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, and I respect that so much, and I respect those leaders who he nurtured and helped them gain everything that they needed to lead Krishna consciousness in South Africa into the future. So he was determined. He was soft-hearted and so intelligent as well. I would like to speak a little bit more about his deep spirituality and his love for Chaitanya Charitamrita. This was clearly his favorite book, and because I recently was during the COVID times was studying Chaitanya Charitamrita as the book I was studying, hoping that one day I would be able to teach it, because I learn best when I'm studying and preparing and teaching. So I had been studying it for 2 years, and he and I would speak about it, and he had such deep understandings. He had an understanding of the flow of the philosophy. He had understandings of subtleties in Mahaprabhu's presentation that were always very enlivening for me. He was someone I could really speak to about Chaitanya Charitamrita and the glories of Kaviraj Goswami, but he had studied it far more deeply than me. He had studied the context in which it was spoken in. He had studied how it was spoken about from the academic point of view, from other points of view, from the historical point of view. And in this way, he had entered so deeply into the spirit of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And what was that spirit of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? It was simultaneously two things, as described in the beginning of Adi Leela in chapters 3 and 4. It was deeply, deeply relishing Vrindavan and the pastimes of C.C. Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. And it was also spreading that message of Krishna consciousness through the holy names, through the books, and through the method of actually preaching Krishna consciousness. So let me just take a look at my notes over here and see if there was anything that I really wanted to say that I didn't say. Intelligent, managerially, shastrically, spoke so many languages, practically speaking, a genius, a true leader, such a true leader, so surrendered to Guru, to Srila Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission. And what can I say? A person one could really open one's heart to, a person who is very real, not pretentious at all. He was just such a friend, such a leader, and such a wonderful, determined sannyasi, and such a kind-hearted devotee. We will miss him certainly, and what a glorious person. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Mukam Kurdi Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. It's a great privilege and a joyful honor to be able to say a few words in glorification of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Swami. Such a dynamic preacher, just personification of the preaching spirit. Very dynamic, very enthusiastic, very charismatic, very energetic, all these things. And as we've heard from so many persons, he was that very rare blend of the Kshatriya competence and Brahminical purity, and he was able to attract so many people on account of his genuine saintliness. I was thinking of Srila Prabhupada's purport to the famous verses from the 5th canto, Swasti astu vishvasya khala prasidatam, Jayantu bhutani shivam mithodhya, Manascha bhadram bhajadara dhokshaje, Aveshyatam no matirapya haitaki. Prahlad Maharaj prayed and prays to this day to Lord Narasimhadev that the whole universe may be auspicious. How can we pray for the auspiciousness of everyone without empowering the demons? Well, khala prasidadam, let the demons be pacified. And that happens when we think of each other's welfare. How in the world can we do that? Only by practicing pure devotional service, when our own minds are purified, when we have undergone the internal transformation that comes about as a result of strictly following the process of Krishna consciousness, as Kadamba Kanana Swami did. And Prahlad Maharaj prays that may we enter more and more into this consciousness in a selfless spirit. And that was the example of Kadamba Kanana Swami as well. No false ego, no one ever had any problems with him, everyone liked him, we had time for everybody, very kind-hearted. Srila Prabhupada writes in his purport to that verse twice, Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. These are the qualities of a true Vaishnava. And I was appreciating what Shrutakirti Prabhu had said earlier, that we can appreciate in Kadamba Kanana Swami the continuity of Krishna consciousness. That is to say, the continuity and the change. Because just as the body has to change from time to time, the generation has to change from time to time, the gurus and the disciples change from time to time. But because we are focused on this process that Srila Prabhupada has given us internally, in the way that Srila Prabhupada unpacks in his purport to that famous verse, I think it's 5th canto, chapter 18, text number 8 or 9, something like that. And we can carry this process into eternity. And no matter how many generations separate us from Srila Prabhupada, the same thing will be there if we simply strictly follow in full faith, as Kadamba Kanana Swami did. Someone was saying he is a Prabhupada man. I want to amplify that by saying that he was another way to say the same thing, I should say, is that he was a Jayadvaita Swami man. And we all appreciate the great training and the great sacrifice and compassion that Jayadvaita Swami has invested in this one very qualified individual. And I'm sure that all of his disciples are very thankful for that as well. And I would like to encourage them, because it's a very difficult time right now, no doubt. But you hold tight to this lotus feet of your spiritual master. And especially that means you follow his instructions very strictly and sincerely and unerringly. And he will always be there for you. This is the great miracle and the great mercy of the eternal process of Krishna consciousness, which will go on. This is now the time for all of Kadamba Kanana Swami's disciples to try to rise to the occasion and emulate whatever he taught and exemplify for the world who follow in our footsteps and take to Krishna consciousness as well. So we're very, very thankful for a life well lived. Kadamba Kanana Swami came, he sacrificed his life for Krishna, and even in his passing, he's teaching all of us how to die the good death, as they say. And we're so happy, actually, again, to have this opportunity to glorify such a great, wonderful devotee. And we humbly bow at his lotus feet and beg for his mercy and blessings upon us. Kadamba Kanana Swami ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanandi.
So we'd like to thank all the devotees. Our forgiveness and apologies we request for those devotees who weren't able to speak. But hopefully we'll have future events where we'll be able to hear more of the glories of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. As was mentioned by one of the speakers, Maharaj was happy in a kirtan when everyone would stand up and dance. So we'll conclude this morning by having such a kirtan. So we invite all the devotees to please stand up, and His Holiness Janananda Maharaj will lead us in the kirtan. Just a couple of announcements as we get ready for the kirtan. We will have a special feast in honor of His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, being served for everyone at 1 p.m. So all the devotees are invited to come, and if there's anyone who would like to serve and participate in serving the Vaishnavas that feast, then you're welcome to make your way down to the Krishna Hall as soon as possible. His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. And for those disciples of Srila Prabhupada, sannyasis and other senior devotees, we have a special arrangement in the Balaram Hall, so please do come there at 1 p.m. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. As Dinabandhu Prabhu said, wherever we're dancing and chanting, we can realize that Kadamba Kanana Maharaj is right there. So let us meditate on his divine presence and bring pleasure to him by chanting and dancing with all our hearts. Are we ready? Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine. Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesha Sunyavadi
Paschatya Deshatarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Pictures taken. Pictures taken.
I'm speculating that it's Sakigiri Parvat and there's Unchagam in the background. That's my speculation.
Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Chant the holy name Konitai Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hey, 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 hey.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. What's up for melody? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga. Nitai Goranga, Nitai Goranga. Nitai Goranga, Gaurhare. Nitai Goranga, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Nitai Goranga, Gaurhare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Gaura, Gaura, Gaurhare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurhare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Nitai Gauranga, 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 Nitai Gauranga Gaurare. Gaura Gaura Gaurare. Nitai Gauranga Gaurare. Nitai Gauranga Gaurare. Gaura Gaura Gaurare. Gaura Gaura Gaurare. Haribol, 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 Haribol. Let go. Okay. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya, Jaya, Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna no Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You ready to sing? You can sing? In a minute. Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Now.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You can sing? In a minute. Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Sing with me. Hare Sing with me. Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare. Sing with me. Sing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Sing with me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Bum. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, bolo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Primo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nitai Goro Haribo 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 Nitai Goro Haribo Nitai Goro Haribo. Nitai Goro Haribo 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 Nitai Goro Haribo 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 Nitai Goro Haribo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jai Om Vishnu Pada Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtotar Sarashresi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki Ananta Kota Vaishnavinda ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Prem se go Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan ki Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Shri Mayapur Dham ki Ganga Maya ki Yamuna Maya ki Tulasi Devi ki Bhakti Devi ki Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtanam ki Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtanam ki Brihat Mandanga ki His Holiness Srila Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki Jai Om Vishnu Pada Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtotar Sadashriya Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki Jai Gaura Premanande All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Shamasundar ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Final announcement, Maharaj, announcement.
Hare Krishna! So now there will be prasadam for the devotees. If you please make your way to the Krishna hall, there will be prasadam served for everyone. Bhagavat Mahaprasad!